Howdy, howdy, good morning. Running a little bit later, usual. I was a little tired. I stayed up a little bit too late, just working more on the smooth shader stuff. Got it basically done. Pretty much just what's the pretty much just need to like tweak the settings just a little bit. I think the colors are a bit too bright. That means let's for the screenshots I took. You know what? We'll just boot the game up as for a start. The easiest way, since that was the last thing I was messing with. I implemented a code for the like Xenoverse 1 style shading. Or you know what? Let's close the game. And we'll run it through RenderDoc so we can capture the frame and do edits immediately. I was thinking just loading one of the older frame captures we saved, but it's probably better to do it this way. I was thinking of playing like Dark Cloud or Etrian Odyssey. But are the colors actually... You know what? Hold on, I'm curious about something. Capture a frame. At what point does it actually color the character stuff? Let's take the cape for example. Alright, by the time it... No, it's uncolored. Alright, so at what point does it actually use it? Also weird that it like it scrunches the thing down from 128 to 128 to 128 132. I always wondered at what point it does that, but I guess that doesn't matter. Still essentially the same. It's just 1 pixel per ramp instead of whatchamacallit, 4. But yeah, I'm curious. Give me shader folder. Bring my thing here. We don't need that. We don't need any of... Or this is already a stage 3 one where I set up the stuff, right? Yeah, I pretty much did what I was But I outlined the last time. I changed it slightly though. The third value in my rune strength, like variable here, is just gonna be pad. And then I'm using the last one for smooth shading and cell shading. I'll just set it the value to 2 if I want a cell shaded style. And 1 if I want smooth shading, and then if it's 0, then it's vanilla shading. And of course the first one is for like the brim light strength, and then see here. That's not quite the one. What is on verse 1 style? Oh yeah, that lets me more easily combine if I want to use the Xenoverse 1 style with either the smooth or cell shaded styles once we finally get to that. Oh, this is... Yeah, no, hold on. Why are you suddenly different? Is it because I... Oh, what did I... Hold on, let's look at another example. The pants? I'm gonna be stupid. Also, I keep messing with boggles here. Not that one. That one. There we go. Why are you shaded slightly differently? You should be the one I compiled just... Oh, maybe... That wouldn't make sense. The clothing uses... Faint... Right? That wouldn't cause any difference. But they're essentially the same, it's just it uses a different... Was that really it? Just the... Oh, it must use... Okay, no, I think... The character shaders... For the colorable clothing, rather. I think it uses the ATS thing too, if I want the exact look, right? Yeah, there we go. Maybe not that one. I think that one's just thing too. Okay, anyway. We go back to the cape here. I feel like when it reads this, because I know V12 is like a condition flag. It tells the shader what type of a effect basically the game should do. I think if I do, what's that? Like if I change it to 8, I believe it'll just make the entire character red? No, is it 9? Doing any? Oh, it's an effect if R0 is also not 0. Yeah, okay. So I don't think that has anything to do with making the actual outfit colorable. So it's not using R0. Where do we think it would color thing? Well, it grabs the ramp here. It doesn't trigger any of this, huh? Because this is like special conditions. I think if we just get rid of that, everything still works. Because it's not using any of that. Okay, where do get your... It would have to be before this, right? Here's another, like, thing. That's how it smooths the texture. Like some pre-smoothing stuff. Do you color after you get all the rim lighting and whatnot? Like this is all rim lighting stuff. I think if I just get rid of this, the rim lighting just goes away. Yeah. We can keep that there. If I... this point... just grab the ramp and make it all like a pretty even 0.5 or at least YZ. Okay. So you already grabbed the color by then. By this point? Really? We disable the smoothing just for this bit. I just... So you grab this, I think if I change this to what, like B0, or not this part, how about by the time you're already sampling this, it's already colored, huh? I guess so, because the rim light wouldn't be red here. By the time we're sampling the texture, it already has its color. I wonder how it does that. At what point are you getting the color? You'd think you'd find a multiplication thing somewhere up here. That's like with one of the global variables for coloring the stuff here, but if there was something like that. Hmm. If there was something like that, it wouldn't work for the rim light stuff, because we don't... I guess it has to be a pre-process. That'll be any of the... I doubt it does it in the retention. My thought was that it loads it and then it does some color calculation stuff. Like it would load the color ramp. And then after doing that, color it with one of these like addition things here. Basically this one though. We got rid of the important bits of code. Like if we get rid of this, well, still would be fine. It's magic, I guess. Alright, well, that's... Yeah, I think I need to tone down the saturation. When at certain angles, you can see that the hat is like red when it shouldn't be. Overall, not something too bad. Whatever, it works. Guess that's all that matters. Oh, how does it look with the, like, the Kanton Hero, like, hologram? Is it still taking colors from... like, the character for the DYT? Or for the Rimlight? Or is it still properly being overlaid with the, like, green color? I think it's still properly... And in fact, it looks like it's still using vanilla shading. I think this... Well, it uses the vanilla rim lighting stuff, I think. Shading itself looks like it's smoothed out. I probably will just leave it like that. Makes me curious, but probably not really worth it to mess with. But yeah, I was messing with game for a little bit after implementing my code for the Xenoverse 1 kind of coloring style. And everything looks good for the most part. I think the colors are a bit... what's the word here? Contrasted? Saturated? Not saturated. Saturated would be like more dull, yeah? Like the colors are a bit much. Like look at Ultra, or not Ultra, but Super Villain Frieza here. He's a... bit much. Also, I think the ramp is rotated the wrong way, which isn't really visible whenever you're... just looking at the characters. I also don't think I'm smoothing out like rim-like color. Yeah, I think it's easiest to see on like Cooler and Villain Frieza. Like the top of his head doesn't look correct. And then for Ultra Super Villain Frieza, it's can't really see it because of the like shiny dome that he has. But on the chest, you can kind of still see that banding. Okay, we'll take a screenshot of this dude. And then... I guess also Cooler here. Okay. So we wanna... start with this guy first. Okay. Gator uses for the most part. Colors are too deep. Ah. It looks fine when like that. Why? The answer might be yes, but here, get rid of that. That just gets rid of it. I see anything in this decompiled shader about what my values might have been? Directly see the value, or like... I think maybe that's a bit further down. Oh, is it not? Calling the float or my room light strength, like the color and the saturation, all that. First one is close enough, that won't change much. Second one to third one, and I guess... it's basically 1.2 that it's used, isn't it? Hmm. Even doing that. Saturation is still decently high. Reload the color here. Man, there's a lot of this stuff going on. Where do we have like on contrast and whatnot? No, what we're messing with there when it was setting the parameter 11. Could have been. But having it be off by a little bit there shouldn't done anything, right? Why are you so... I feel like this. Disable the rim light. Oh, is it the rim light that's doing that? Making you look a bit more saturated and normal. I guess so. It doesn't look too bad here. Wonder, is there a compiler setting for things a bit more precise? Let's take what we have here. Just... I don't know what any of this stuff is. Like down here that I was messing with, but I don't really want to get rid of it, so we'll just put that there. Oh, how would I test this properly? Other than just repacking things again. Disable optimizations? I don't know if I want to do that. Force partial precision. Enable strict mode. What the? Like if I do this, it's not gonna tell me, right? Yeah, it's alright. Fair enough. Whatever. We're looking it up, I suppose. Maybe it's just... That's not answering anything. Right, increase flow. I don't think that matters. It. Hold on. Why is this? Things don't seem right. When was the last time I modified any of this? Freaking damn near 4 AM. Yeah, you see what I was doing? Then in here, yeah, that's the. Then in Emporiums. So it should be fine. Why do I have... Oh, right, that's the... Question is, why... Oops. Why is it... like that? Timestamps? Because I was comparing something. It's... Why? Like, we look at the... This isn't my code, this is the decompiled shader or whatever. Like the code, or the floating points that it's using to load the color ramps and stuff are all still like precise, but not the stuff I'm doing. Unless Frieza here is using a different shader than I think he's using. That wouldn't be correct, would it? Guess there's one way to know. We already have his files extracted. EFR. I active. Well, I think he no, because there's that head bit. Actually, no, the head bit's his eyes, not the butt. Okay, so this dude even use? He uses the ATS. Is that just the ATS shader just does something differently? If I shove this in, no, I still get the contrasted colors. I do. It's exactly this. Why? These are getting edited when I do my mass stupid replace. No, it doesn't. No? And then if we pull out... Here, get this out of here. Get these out of here, and then just to make sure... Unified Stain 3. Basically the default I like basing everything on. Why? Why are you still... That's all the same. The bottom's all the... It's... Why you still do that? We... Also, it's still using this old... like thing here. This is why. What else is different? Why do you have the... like some extra lines? Was I messing with something? Probably, and forgot this. Like, actually saved it. Little concerning, but I also don't see anything else changed or different. Rim lighting stuff. This stuff is still... Oh, this also... Hold on. What the hell? Is that another thing that... did I... actually just royally fuck this up? That why things look a bit odd on some characters? Some things... Oh, you know how long that is gonna take to fix? Or maybe I only ever done it with this shader and I just did not do my changes to any of the others. Like if we get the Stain 2 one here, let's just copy that out as is, paste it in. We get to... Did I... Am I stupid? Did I only do my changes to one... No, that can't be right. This is Z. Z is nothing. Hold on, let's go not... Oh yeah, no, that one. Find all. How many shaders have this messed up issue? Just this one. It's also like backwards for some reason. Here, let's make it consistent and fix this mistake here. Alright, so this should be this. That should be that. That should be that. And then here should be 2. And this should be 1, but it should be comparing to W, not Z. What else did I mess up with this one shader? Everything else seems fine. Well, 1 is also like the... values up here. We should be using... Should we be using 1.2 or is it 1.2? Like, hold on. How many shaders are actually 1.3? Only this one. If I change this to 12 to match that going on here, it does make them darker, which is closer. Okay, so this is one issue. We'll bookmark that. We'll fix the comments up there, because it's gonna bother me if we never do that. The hell was I doing last night where I thought I just had everything basically good? What the hell? Alright, fix that. Right, I'm doing some old, like, version of... Right, how did I end up actually doing it? Just something like this. Right, I messed this up so bad. Alright, let's get the... what should be the original code back in. Basically just this. Alright, and then custom code that we should end up getting is one original code here. And it's still using like R9, like all these values pretty much the same. Stain 2. Okay, so there's just... oh no, there's a 2 space gap and then 1 here. Yeah, let's also aim like 4 tracks again. Where's... I should play Binding of Isaac again someday. Alright, if we... Oops. If we do this, and then finally paste that in, we get the... Yeah, we get the same result, the thicker lines, because it's not using the ATS shader. Alright, cool, we... Would have been a very funny bug to find. Alright. But the code isn't like it... just getting the floating point values wrong. The issue is that I'm an idiot and I didn't edit this one shader correctly, the one that I base everything off of. Alright, if we... Here, let's take a look at... game again. Like when looking at Golden Frieza here, I think he's like way too much. So here, here, it's 0.2 that everything seems to be using. Add it, paste that in. If we apply it, nothing's changed. What we expect. Thing that should be different. It's the one value. He's still a pretty deep color. We disable the rim lighting. It's adding onto it a little bit. Kind of blocking it, I'm noticing. Adding onto how like contrasted it was a bit. The rim lighting, but not as much. Not that much. We could dull the rim lighting, or like the color ramp, a bit once it grabs this. Which would be something like what? Or maybe we don't need to do it like that. Oops. Do we want to divide? Or do we want to just straight up subtract? I guess divide, right? But like... dividing by half seems like it'd be... It just makes it brighter. How do I lower contrast of like colors and HL SL again? How does the game do it? Mhm. If I'm saying is like, but I'm getting no good answers. It's the contrast that I want to mess with there. Saturation, maybe? Hmm. Something like this. Get that out of here. So what, R9? I don't know what LERP even is, but apparently people use it for this sort of thing. Something like that is what I'm saying. I think some people, there are some extras that you can do for like saturation. Oh, stupid. Oh, it does lower the saturation a bit, huh? Or like the contrast, rather. Like if we... Here, let's remove the main colors. So that we can get just the rim light. Yeah, okay. Then if we remove that... that's more of the effect I was looking for. Alright, if we do the same thing to R8 here... do I wanna... Oops. Do I wanna do this to the second round? What if we do it only to the second one? Oh. Bending. Less prominent when it's all like that. Also... No, because that's moving this stuff. I wonder, is there a way to rotate around? Because I think that's what it's doing. It has to be doing that if we're getting the banding here, right? Yeah, let's disable saturation so it's a bit more clear. A way to rotate a ramp clockwise. Or even counterclockwise is to edit the UV value, but if I edit this, like it's not gonna be correct, right? Like let's what happens if we do this real quick? Oops. Okay, yeah, that's not really doing anything. Good, good. We could just focus on this first bit here. Uses Z as the thing. Yeah. Would be something like that. You just subtract 1. Yeah, but that's... I assume adding 1. Is it because... No. Because this... Oh, get the height of the... Oh, wait, no. Okay, no, I see. It's not doing this, it's... Wait, hold on. Oh. I'd see now. It was reversing them, I guess, to rotate the... Does that change how the rim lighting actually works? Yo, Nargo, howdy. Aww. So do I not want to do that with the shader then? Yeah, what if we do this other bit where it's doing some addition and multiplication here? What if we allow that to happen? And okay, nah. We'll keep it as we were. I'm doing pretty good, doing pretty fine. I'm just adjusting values and whatnot. We change this back. The banding, it's not really... Yeah, it just makes it look cleaner. Okay, so that's one of the issues we need to fix then. So there's that. Then we get the saturation down, the colors a bit. Oh, we can get rid of it. Probably don't want to do it to the second round though. Oh, but now it's doing the banding thing. What if we just do X? Okay, so that might be what we want to do. I think. Maybe 0.5 is 7.5? We want to keep some color in there, right? Just not as deep as it was. Maybe X5? There we go. I think that's a good middle ground. What if we do the same here? Yeah, okay. Shader language. It's decompiled shader language, to be fair. It's not normally as bad as it might seem. Like here. Like, I'm working with decompiled code because I don't got the original code for how this shader works. Okay, so we... We have how we would want to load the shit. What if we just use YY for both things? Okay, I figured. How would we even write this? I get it. Thing. I don't want to do drag at it again. It's probably a way easier way to do things, but it's too lazy to figure that out. Well, before we mess with it, get rid of this bit that we did here. What is it compared to in-game now? It's still kind of pretty contrasted, so it's... I think I do wanna... keep matches. The original, I forgot I could just do this. We're gonna lessen things slightly. I think this value helped with it. This value here, what I have as 9. It's like a brightness thing. But no, that's not enough. I think probably fine here. He's definitely not deep in color as he was originally. Alright. Copy this stuff I did here. Oh, let's test this one. This one was a stupidly deep color. There we go. Okay, now with our new revisions here, it's not nearly as bad. Okay. And how does metal cooler look? Oops. Okay, yeah, he's looking much better. The edges aren't nearly as dark. Right, Metal Cooler's always the one that gives me the most issues, so if he looks good, I'll accept it. Alright, now we can go through the long... It's been an hour already? What do you mean? Time passes by too fast when I'm messing with this garbage. Alright. Now we can figure out how we're gonna do this. Like, if I search this... 339 and 339 files. What file doesn't have this? I guess we'll figure that out once we actually save all of our edits. In any case, alright, how do we start putting together reg edit for this garbage? Actually, I was doing something similar already. Let's call this. Okay, something like that. That what I was messing with? Here, let's make this. Oh, horrible. The answer is no. I'm just gonna search through our history. Is it something like this? So we have my break line here that I used to separate stuff. Did I not copy it? I didn't. There we go. We probably want to keep that break line part there though. That doesn't seem to be part of this. We have that. If whatever. Bracket. That thing, where does fine. Okay, I can work off of this as a base. Can't find next. Wonder why. Oh, I guess the spaces and stuff are a bit different here. Yeah, no. Why can't it find? I hate regedit. Regular expression just sucks, dude. Should be able to find this bottom part here. Let's get rid of the part where it looks for sampler 2. Off about it. Amount of spaces stairs. Pieces. There. Alright, we'll go back to where it only tries to look for the fails at that beginning part? Why? I doubt I need to put brackets in between the equals. Oh no, because I'm not looking for this. Hold on, I might be stupid. Okay, there's still something it can't do here. But I wasn't... I didn't have it set to regular expression in the first place. Don't mind me. Just a little bit of stupidity. Okay. We add this part to the end of it. Those. And we don't actually care about this. And actually, do we care about any of it? Or no, if we're only interested in the first bit. Yeah, we want to add the contrast values here where we lower it a bit, and then also changing this first part. Everything else stays the same. So we don't even need to search this far down with this garbage. Actually, no, we do because of the whole contrast thing. Alright, never mind. But nothing beyond this. We can also remove this. We can just search this as one whole solid chunk. This is already searching as one whole chunk. Actually, no, we don't want to search it as one chunk. But we... at least not these the last two. Want to separate it. Or, I guess, here more. There we go. Have that, we have that. This we do wanna separate. It seems to always like flip them here, yeah. XY to YX. Guess the easiest way to deal with this is to oops. Capture these bits as their own group. That's a bit scuffed, but whatever works. If I had this bit, actually no, what I would want to do that and then remove that there. Home. The line break thing, and then I had that there. Okay. Meetups. Excellent. Popping up here. Oh, wrong one. This is correct. Sound Erasers. Needed to reset that because it was throwing me some errors for some songs. Do like the Tokopedia music though. Um... Okay, typing all this out. We search for the first part. Second part. Or we set everything. Like we search for all this, we set everything back. Up to here? No. 5. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we skip 6? And do 7 twice? And then 8. And we have 9. And right, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 7, 8, 9, and 11, 12, 13. Alright, and if we do this, this should be exactly the same when we replace it, except for this first bit, which should be XX instead of YX. It's messed up. Alright. Was it... Am I wrong? Is there another split sum? 1, 2, 3, right? 4, 5. Am I wrong? That's a group. This should be group. That should be group. That should be group. Okay. Should be 7 twice. But it's messing with the... Oh, maybe I didn't save the new edits I did correctly. Or let's just copy it as one whole new thing. By next, replace. Okay, there we go. That was it. So it's correctly XX like we should have it. We just need to add the new bits. We can get rid of this. We're done with it. And the new bit would be an align break. Right, because we didn't have that near at the end. Be a line break. Faces. And what was it? This garbage. Should have actually kept this. Simple. Same thing. 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Okay. Copy that. We want this, and then we want it. Oh, but it has an equal sign in front of it. Alright, we'll just move where we're grouping this then. Make this other bit here actually work. So that equals, and then we have the five. We have that again. Then 0.65. And then basically the same thing again, but 12. And we want it to be 7, 5. Alright, that looks correct to me. Hmm. Oh, because we started with line breaks. We don't need to add our own. Oh, and it... No, okay. Right, okay. Right, what if we just move this? Here, here, get them out of here. Keep the, like, line break we had here, but get rid of the spaces we had in front of it. Here, we need to actually go first to undo all that. Here. The end of there. There we go, and then combine all that again. There we go. Almost. We forgot the thing here. There's two spaces in front of the freaking comma line, but that doesn't matter. It annoyed that hell out of me, but it's not actually gonna make the thing not work. Just be a gonna be annoying. Alright, if we copy all of this now. Oh. Error undeclared lerp 0. Did I accidentally? Oh, right, we only fixed it. Right, now. And that result should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Reloads, everything goes back to normal. One more. Okay. We just do that to all the other shaders. Lock it in. $164, that seems correct. Open over here. Alright, let's take one of these. I know there's gotta be like some unified shaders that didn't quite. Not the statue. This, sure. Then. Need to remember to fix the. What is it? Yeah, the .12 to be .13. I think that's what we settled on before. Oh right, OWR shaders don't have the actual rim light parameter we mess with. Okay, so we can ignore those. OWR and NRP shaders, we don't want to mess with the rim lighting because they're meant to use their own color. called? Mud. Why aren't you found? Oh, because it doesn't have a basing at the end. I really should fix that for all the things. Fix that. And here. There we go. If we that. Okay, now it does it. And then even if it found it in a shader, we already edited it here. Oops. Well, it wouldn't, I guess, because there's no bases at the end that it's searching for. What? That. Alright, replacing files. Another 93 seems correct. Actually, XX. See nothing wrong. There's some extra spaces in front of you. Doesn't matter much, does it? Okay, no, XYW is correct for this. Why is it? Whatever. If we just shove this into here, it's not gonna look good on him, yeah. But it does compile, and that's what we want. Okay, so if we look at which ones have been edited now, which ones have not? I think if it's 101 shaders, then we're good. 183. There's a few more, huh? Oh, I guess the tune shaders, right. These need a slightly different search condition because they're using sampler. That's easy enough. It's basically the exact same search, but we swap out. I guess we swap out 3 things. 1, texture, sampler, tune. 2, state sampler. And then 3, what it's searching for here, instead of the G material thing. Here, we be able to see this a bit better if I just separate it a bit. Instead of this, it's this. So equal this, and we put in the breaks where needed. Okay. Well, it found things, and that's important. I kept forgetting to make it search in this file. Okay, then if we use the exact same replace thing... Yeah, okay. Building the math and everything correct. Alright, fun files... replacing files. With that, we look at this garbage again. Oh yeah, it's 101. Alright, good. That means all that's left are the OWR and NRP shaders, which are used for the supervillain characters. Or ultra supervillain, rather. I mean, it's gotta be an easier way to get to DLC characters. There we go. And the reason we don't want to mess with the rim lighting stuff for them is because they're meant to have this, like, ink stuff, like, that they grab from their own textures instead of from the stage. I think they should keep that and not have us mess with it. So that's all that done. The very last bit is fixing our parameters here, I think. Yeah. Search for that. Normal. We want to make sure it's 13, not 12. Can you believe I used to do my very first like shader edits? I used to do like 440. That include original Stain 3? Did I swap it back? I guess. But I used to edit all of these shaders like one by one by hand before I decided to basically try making things modular, like setting up a whole bunch of setting values at the start of the shader. Right, yeah, okay, okay. Let us compile all. Yeah. Looks a lot cleaner after I added flag to ignore the adding the copyright stuff. Oh. If one of them fails to compile, we'll see it immediately. I don't think it's compiling any faster, but whatever. I'll put let's take that there. There's so we finished compiling this. We test it in game, see how it looks, and if it's all good, then we start actually putting things together, I think. Actually, no, I probably would want to reset the settings to be just the normal smooth shaders by changing that back to 0. anything else? Now change it back to 0, and then I gotta work on finishing up like the custom shader ideas I've had. How was I doing here? No error so far. Bit more there in case there is an error. Right, where I think I had it in a different notepad thing. Yeah, okay. We don't really need to keep these open, TBH. Alright, so I made a few shaders, about 7 of them with custom effects. Technically 9? Since I did make a normal map shader, I just need to add a few extra conditions to it. Did I really not write that down in a notepad thing, what I needed to do for that shader? Guess not. Yeah, technically I already made a normal map shader. I think I called it something like NML? But I wanted to redo it. And I wanted to add a few extra values to adjust it by. Let's see. I guess we'll work on that. Work on these other ideas I had. And then, unless I can think of any other interesting effects to do with shaders, we'll make smooth and we'll make versions of these compatible with my like shader packs. Then finally pack everything together. Alright. Get out of here, close. We're probably gonna launch the game through this again. Alright. Where is this? I finally made a batch script to just pack everything together for me, but first... Yeah, okay, all these were compiled. Pack everything for me. I don't have to do it by hand, all slow. Perfect. Alright, launch the game. Kinda want to play Dark Cloud. I was thinking of doing that this morning, but I wanted to get more progress done on my shader mods, since doing pretty good job of that yesterday, and we're pretty close to finally updating things. That doesn't look as bad anymore. It's not superly contrasted. Right. Like the main character here, I mean. You can still tell it's doing a Xenoverse 1 kinda shading, it's just not as strongly. cape. I like how the physics just freeze when you interact with something. Yeah, okay, looks pretty good. Go to the main offenders here, like. Yeah, looking perfectly fine. The banding that they had kind of weirdly on them isn't present anymore. Seventeen's hair is like weirdly bright, but I think it's just like that even in vanilla. Cell looking pretty good. Even the transform characters with their shiny ass colors are looking pretty alright. Characters don't have that smooth transition, and again, I don't think that's an issue with the shaders. It's just mostly how they're textured. Like, basically everyone else looks fine. Not gonna worry about it too. Like, Videl looking pretty good. Super Broly here as well. Was there... Right, there's something I wanted to do just to make sure. Easiest to check on video over here since it's closed. Seem to... Here, do the stupid pose. Use the same shader as his body for some reason. Good, thanks. That one shader like loaded like that. Oh, give me that. I go up here. Okay, yeah. Rim lighting is getting the color like it's supposed to, and it is duller than the actual colors. Here, I wanna load a couple characters here. Give me Cell. And give me a pretty neutral colored stage. Oh. Okay, the light is reflecting off of like the skills onto them correctly. I could probably smooth out like the image the game uses for applying the color. I don't think it matters that much. Let's, if we hide the effects... Oops. Still has the blue light on him, it's just we don't have all the smoke and whatnot in the way. Okay, let's take a capture of this. Darken his colors. Yeah, you can see how the light is applied to him. Remove or make this texture black, the one that applies the effect. Oh, was that not it? I thought it was 14. Maybe it's up ahead. I know it's used multiple times, or maybe it's up before. No, it's probably here that I'm thinking of. No? Where do I remember? Just 14. Oh, is it up here then? Right. Wait, does it already smooth the... It does! Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know it... Why would it do that? You don't see effects on figures in Day Hero Coliseum. They transform and change and go back to using the normal shading before anything happens. If we remove that, how does that look on like the actual character? Yeah, let's better comparison. It's probably better that it actually does smooth. Alright, I'm happy that it does that by itself. It's R7. We get rid of that and the actual main color. Okay, the rim lighting is still working as intended. It's not being affected by like the light being emitted by the Kamehameha, like the... what I assume actual colors are doing. Get rid of that. Restore the colors. Yeah, he's shaded more strongly toward the camera. Then he's darker in the back. Okay. Okay. What I was afraid was that maybe with the way I'm doing the rim lighting now that it wouldn't look exactly correct. It's fine. I don't see any oddities with the rim lighting when we rotate the camera 90 degrees either. Alright. So it looks like we're basically done. We can go and mess with custom shaders now, adding those to the pack and then Directing perks. Where did I have my custom shaders there? Oh, I had it in a different folder. I had it in test folder. I'll just copy this over. Why not? Ah. Right, that was a bit more than just a few files. I forgot I had like the entire like shader thing. Whatever, it's fine. The normal map, that's the one we want to mess with. One second. Maybe before I start this, I should probably... I'm gonna take a quick break, as it's been a couple hours now. Usually try to take a break every couple hours. Alright. Quick BRB, I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs, refill my coffee, etc, etc. And then we'll start putting together some of these custom shaders so that I can include them in all my shader packs and whatnot, so that people have some extra effects to use with their mods. But yeah, see you in a few minutes. Alright. I'm back. I'm back. Oh. Took a little long because I was making a sandwich. I'll be munching on that for a bit. Um, hmm. Actually, before we start the custom shader stuff, make backups of what we got here. We probably don't need these anymore. We call this V3. Okay, output. I'll just put that in here. Alright. Let's rename these real quick. And I think if we get this. Yeah. Copy those into there. Okay. Decide, so why is it opening on this monitor? Where? In... Where? Okay, I should be able to view some of my test shaders. This one, yeah. This one allows up to 4 colors per like a single material. If we go here, it's just one material. If we look at the EMB, this is the one it's using to color everything in. Black is like the main color. Red is the secondary color, which in this case would be this purple. Or I guess more of a blue. Then here on the other end, like the light blue is the third color. And the dark blue would be the like 4th color, the red. Here's first main skin color, second color, third color, is and the 4th color. a shader I made so that Cell Max can look a bit better and do like that damage version with like the, I guess like the paint scraped off of him or something. So I need to take this shader and make those edits to it that I did for all my other shaders for getting the smoothing stuff working and whatnot. But Revamp uses this shader that I made, and I don't want it to actually be smooth, and I want my shaders to be compatible with Revamp. Here we have another one, a scrolling shader. Doesn't look like it's doing anything, but if I do this, actually press play, you can see it animate. Scroll along the bust. Loading. It's another one I gotta... Yeah, like actually smoothing. What other... It'd be easier if I don't have it like all full screen. We could also close the game now, I think. Not you, not you. Why do I still have you open? So that's one. I have like multiple different scrolling shaders. Here's another one. There's like two different scrolling effects at the same time instead of just the one. The way is like E is textured is also due to another effect that everyone seems to call AO, when all it really is doing is like masking how the light hits the mesh or the material. It's almost like a normal matte, but not quite. But we have that, and then we have a version that doesn't do that like masking thing. We get the normal colors underneath. I think the viewport's slightly bigger. Then one where you can get two effects scrolling at the same time. Then I had a normal map. Is that in this older folder? I guess. Yeah, there we go. You see, like, quite a bit of detail in this gear there. And that's because... So look at here, it's actually loading this normal map texture. It's huge, but that's only because I needed it to be this large for the kind of like the fabric kind of look to actually look decent on the gi. That's why I want to update this shader so that you can use like some values in material here to actually shrink or enlarge how much the texture actually tiles over things. I want one single bite? Probably not. For the tiling, I would probably Want two separate values for both X and Y. Oh, I also gotta fix how the rim lighting, like, hits the model. Like, it's still like the normal rim lighting where it's all smooth and whatnot. I need to fix that. Also, probably work on that part first. Yeah, let's actually change this. That. Right, this is how I get the normal map to work. I run this function here when it starts doing the lighting from the vertex shader. And it's in there that I want to actually use, like, the actual commands, which I guess would be... I guess we can call it UV scale. Plus or multiply. I guess we would want to multiply it. I guess we wouldn't use float too. What can we use? I guess we can use... matte scale 1? I know matte scale, like, Y and Z aren't used for anything normally. I don't think we use them for anything in, like, the smoothing process or cell shading process or whatever. Yeah, it's only ever W and X. So in that case, we can just pull from that for the scaling process and do YZ. Probably be a little bit odd. Or we don't even have to have it be that. We can just have UV equals UV and then whatever. I guess it'd be a little easier than if I'm reading this back later, if I just do it like that. Oh, we're using Z for normal map, or like for the strength of the normal map, right? Okay, hold on. Like, we go to this. Yeah, Z here is 1. If we set it to 0, normal map isn't applied, you get the normal colors. 1, default strength. 2, get it a bit stronger. Etc. Yeah, okay, so... Did I change what value I'm using for that? Yes. I kind of like being able to do it. Is there anything other? Anything else that isn't here? Like, in matte scale 0. Let me finish up my sandwich before the bread starts getting stale. Hmm. Mm. I was about to say, it's matte scale 0 used for anything at all, and it is at the end for color and glare strength. Right, right. Or glare color and strength. Um so how do I go about this? Hmm. But I feel like one of the issues.
My sandwich done?
I feel like one of the issues is that no shader actually uses like a material scale 2 parameter. Right? Yeah, nothing uses matte scale 2. And I think because of that, the game never actually checks. Same thing for like material color, like for. I remember I tried using that once. I. I think I just use a single value to scale it. You scale the UVs on both sides evenly. Probably the easiest and best way to do it. I don't think any other like value can use. Yeah, material color. These are all used. They're not used on like the random stuff here, yeah. The rim lighting, no, it's all like stuff done after. 0, 1, and 2 use X, Y, Z. 3 uses X, Y. Okay, so it looks like we can use the final value. Like W for material color, like 1, 2, 3, and 4. Technically, we can use Z and W from color 3 as well. Okay, how about we use material color not Z, a W as the strength value instead of what we're doing here earlier. Yeah, we use scale Y and Z for UV scale, and then for color we use W value for the strength. It again, yeah, I basically got things finished now, like for sure. I'm just going through and updating some of the like custom shaders I made to work with what I got. Stick code for. I really should get a plugin thing to support HOSL. It's things actually are proper. I'd probably have to modify this again to get the cell shading correctly. Any case, what we want is this here. Did that function in? Good. We can probably disable that. Or we'll mass disable it later, I suppose. Keep it consistent with everything else that we currently have. Alright, then we can add this to the custom set of parameters we have, like, way up here. We'll just tag it at the bottom. Or... no, that bothers me. I'd put it at the top. Oh, there we go. Do that. Also, we gotta load in for normal map. Could we just load it from extra 0 instead of 2? Yeah, I like that better. Let's do that. Got an actual name. There we go. And we change this to match. There we go. Looks good to me. States look good to me. Alright. All fine. We're getting the normals to use later. Then here is where we're actually changing it. And what are we changing? How are we changing exactly? We removed these two. We'll put these above that. A bit more consistent with how I've done the rest of my code. So instead of that, we just do this. And then I think the way I did it for the rim lighting was something like... Where's V8? Ah, here. Was it R6? That doesn't seem... It was. Something like this, but... we let it still do this. I think that was basically it for getting the normal map to actually work. Here, let's... oh, get that out of here. Right, we can where's my... here you are. I'm gonna have to change it slightly. Do that. Make this equal 0. And load the normal map from 1. Yeah. Oops. State. Have to do these small changes because of how this is captured. Here, let's remove the extra stuff we do. Get vanilla shading back. Also slot in temporary values here. We'll just say 2. And for strength, we'll just also say 2. Yeah, okay. Rim lighting probably isn't this. Okay, you can see the rim. Was it? Maybe I don't let it do that after all. Okay, no, I think we definitely do. Unless it's the saturation we're also... oh no, it's V7 that we have in there. Oops. We need that to be 8. There we go, and then I think we wanted it to do that so that it isn't as strong. Maybe that was fine. Oh, it looks like... Feels like it's stronger whenever I... maybe it's fine. What if I... Let's see. Oh, it's still doing the... colorful rim lighting. Okay, that's... Okay, when it does vanilla rim lighting... like that, and it's absurdly strong. That's why I wanted this part. Curiosity, what if we... like this thing. We also changed this. I don't do anything. Then. Ah. Interesting how this works. I don't think that's what we want to do, though. I think we want to let it do this. It's not as strong, though. Why is that? Do you think if I swap this, does anything different? I would assume no. Huh. Wonder why doing that smooths it out. Wonder what this function even is. Or this thing here. I think we just keep it like this. Not really, Unless we normalize. I'm just throwing random garbage at this, not like I actually understand what I'm doing. Yeah, nah. Okay, we keep it like that. I want to see what happens if we let it do the smooth shading now. Oh. Put the dark shadow. That's not from this first bit, is it? Like if we stop it, let it go to the original code. Yeah, that's the rim light. A comment about six. I don't know what that would even do. Answer is nothing. Weirdly dark. Maybe that's something I'll have to mess with when it starts like applying the actual rim lighting texture. Oh, we can increase rim strength. It's not that bad. Or maybe it's not even the rim light. What if it's the outline shader? No. Or... Huh. I think it is, actually. Maybe not. Why is it there sometimes? It's like it can't decide if it should do it or not. Alright, I'll just ignore it for now. In any case... what does it look like when we do the Xenoverse 1 type shading? You can kinda see what it's doing, but not really. That's a little easier if you increase the strength. I probably won't be doing that. In any case, this is what I wanted here. Around line 300. So I did have it pretty much right. Just this needed to be 8 instead of a 7. Also, the order doesn't matter. Alright, and this is the... So many if statements. My normal map shader updated to work. We have the correct values that we wanted in here, right? Yeah, color is W and then scale YZ. Paste that in there. Actually, no, that was the first. Okay. That's one of them. We also did the additional parameters added that we wanted. Ooh, and start working on all these one by one, I guess. I was trying to think if there was any other additional changes I might have wanted to do to any of these. But no, I think I have them, the rest of them working exactly as I would want. Scroll shaders. Masking scroll shaders. Yeah, let's make these work as I would want. What's special about it's loading a second texture for one. I think this scroll shader was actually pretty simple. Yeah, it's just that bit there in the middle. Like, after it gets the color from the DYT... Oh, my glasses, too. Once it gets the color from the DRT, like the actual main base color, we grab the texture we want to scroll, grab the UVs from it, doing this so that it actually wraps and repeats. We get the dual ramp tech. Something I want to keep. I think... Oh. Like, I was originally thinking, like, instead of loading a texture from the DYT, we load one from the EMB, like an accessory shader would, so that we're not wasting like color ramps. That's one extra texture we've got to load. And I don't think we have any more textures to spare if we're doing like the double scrolling with the mask. Yeah, we're already loading 4 textures and that's the maximum. We got this one, which is used as a scrolling texture, along with this one, and then that one's the masking texture, and then that one. The main EMB. The one that contains like the line work and the damage scratches and whatnot. No, I think I just keep things as they are. Because currently the way the double scrolling shader works is that the second scrolling image that's applied on the model can't be adjusted with the color ramp in the same way the first one can. I was thinking more, if I want this to work with like the, we call the dual shaders, characters like Cell uses for his spots, I wouldn't be able to use that second color ramp. So I just make both of the images apply as is in that case. We could have it use a different color ramp in the DYT. And then I can just color the ramps as I would want. That's wasting a whole nother material. Or another, like, DYT slot. There's only like 8 you can use in a DYT. Hmm. I'm trying to decide how I want to go about this for the scrolling and stuff. It's acceptable enough. I just want things to be consistent if I'm gonna do versions that you can have like masked over the mesh. Do I want a dual EMB version of this? Would be nice, I think. I probably do, How do I go about it? I don't want to use another color, so I guess... Guess we compromise. Just a bit. When working with dual shader. Here, let me... Show me a normal dual... This one? Yeah. E2XVM. When it loads, so like, it does load the alpha channel. But what do you even use that for? There's like alpha in any of the color ramps. I don't think you actually do anything with it. It's only with the RGB color. Oh, it's doing something here with it. I guess I probably shouldn't mess with that. I had a thought where when it reads the color from the DYT, I can use the alpha channel as a sort of like brightness thing for the overlay. Guess that won't work. I either have to use 2 color ramps, or maybe I just don't have a double scrolling. Well, even if I don't have a double scrolling version for the dual AMB. I could go back to the idea I was thinking of earlier where I load a ramp image from the main EMB instead of from the DYT, which I guess works if we're doing a dual or even quad color sort of deal. I could also add in an ability to set which color ramp section the overlay will use, and then you can do some weird garbage where you just use the dual color slot of a color ramp section that's not in use for the overlay, which will be scuffed but will work. I'm just thinking of like the pros and cons. If I do it that way, while a bit scuffed, it will work, and it will mean you can also change the overlay like color or like lighting through the DYT itself. Instead of needing to load an entirely different model. So that when you go like Super Saiyan or something, you can have it like reliably adjust color in a way that looks good, rather than it being just a consistent thing that's in the main EMB. I think that's what we do. So I also want to do the same thing for the second color. If I just changed scrolling shaders to work that way entirely. I think the ones we got now we keep as is, and we only do that change where you can set the ramp index for both ramps, or for both scrolling textures in the dual EMB kind of shaders. I'll have to do. Thinking of dual shaders, was there anything special I created? Just being able to load like a mask, which isn't anything that doesn't use an extra texture. I believe I set it so it still reads from the mask instead of like an entirely new thing. So it's still just two images here. You can add in both of the scrolling textures with this sort of thing. Alright, now that I mentally got that all worked out, I think I know. We're probably not going to make a scrolling version to that. SS. Prevents pitch black shadows by doing this. Multiplying it and then adding. Stuff that's kinda happening here. Oops. Yeah, it's always not that way. It does make it slightly brighter. Huh. Is that a better way to do things? Yeah, what if we go back to the vanilla shading real quick? Oh. I don't think it's at... Well, it's still... Well, it's not like completely smooth like it was with vanilla stuff. It smooths it out when... Oh, probably because I'm doing the saturate. I forget it does that. Just changing this... Yeah, it does. Okay. Alright, I think that looks better, actually. Letting it do that. Extra see the texturing as it gets layered over. Maybe we wanna... Times 1 plus 1. Isn't that just plus 1? Alright, then if we go and do the... Well, let's... remove, like, the smooth shading we're doing. Oops. Yeah, this is what vanilla would look like. I still think it's pretty good. And then if we... do the Xenoverse 1 style, yeah. Then if we let it do the smooth shading with that style. Alright, I think I like the way that looks way, but not too far down. I don't think saturate does anything. What if we let it do this, like, after? Ah. It brightens things up a bit. In a way that I think is better? So let's let it do the vanilla shading. Okay, no, maybe it's too much. Yeah, okay. So we go back to our normal map shader. Here. The layer's actually set correctly, alright. I just gotta double check that. Alright, so we don't let it do this. Do this. We can add this here because we're gonna come it out. There we go. What if we do that with the color? Ah. Hmm. It's a bit of a like softer look, not as hard. Yeah, of course that wouldn't affect anything to do with that. There it is. Go with the vanilla shading again. That's what the vanilla colors look like normally. Okay, we do this and it ends up being a bit closer to like the actual lighting direction. If we... Yeah, and that's too... I think we add this bit to the shader as well. Okay, there we go. Now I think the normal mapping shader is good. Let me make sure. The bits up here actually. Yeah. Scale 1 YZ and then color 0 W. Alright. Okay. Oh man. We have that now. Rim lights pretty properly actually using the normal map as well now. And there's no weird like black lines, it seems. Yeah, it's not like appearing weirdly randomly when stepping through the like rendering process. Is it actually using the glare value? I guess it is. Okay, yeah. We increase it from like the normal value. Alright, so... I'm gonna say we're fully done with that. And we can exit that. Now we can work on doing what we need to the scroll shaders updated. Just reload that. Start with a fresh one again. Scroll shader pretty much only has this going on. I was just... Right, I stopped because I was debating on how I should go about actually doing things. My answer was basically, for the scroll shaders we got now, keep them as is. And then when we work on a version that we can, like, mask out, we do our changes with those. Okay. This gets applied before they start doing the rim lighting stuff. Here is where it gets applied. Do we even use UV after that? Oh, SUV, right. We need a... This uses a special vertex shader that uses text core 11. We gotta add this at the top. There we go. Add that at the top. Load for sampler or texture 2 rather. Yeah. We'll just keep the naming consistent. We do that. That. Just have to do that one to 2. Okay. Here, those long if things here. Okay. Those. 2, grab the UVs. Get the dual color RAM. We can simplify this a bit more. We'll just keep it as is. Not like... What are we doing? Optimizing... like... single cycles or something, dude? Keep it as is. Not that big of a deal. Right. Like test fade out, but we're doing it anyway. Lamp, right, that's... This has to be a better way to do this. Like, how does it work for this? When loading the actual EMB lines. Like, it grabs that, sure. And it compares things to R1W, which... It's adjusted by 3Y. What the heck is 3Y, though? Could I just grab that myself for this? That's not set anywhere earlier, is it? W, but that's not it. 3Y. Is that set way earlier? Which case with 3W? Nothing with 3Y here. Doesn't surprise me since this is like special case, like special scenario sort of things. 3Y, which is set way up here. So if we want to do like that clamping thing, how does it work in a dual shader? Right, this is how I smooth out the secondary color that the dual shader uses. Where do you go to mask? From here. Oh, and you're doing this with 3Y again, which is also doing the... Okay. You're also, like, adding 0.5 to it. Oh, does that mean you skip doing that later on when you're loading the actual... like, EMB line texture? Yeah, you do! Okay. Okay, okay. So... I guess since we're doing this part earlier, we want to add a 0.5 to it. But we don't want to modify like... Yeah, 3Y. Okay, so this does that part way earlier. Okay, for actual proper clamping, we wanna do that. Something like this. Wanna use 3Y. We wanna add 0.5. I think we can... There's some shaders where you can adjust that. I think we just keep the kind of default thing usually goes for. We can use S1 since we're not using that again. Just repurpose that. And then... You know what? Wait, R4Z... Okay, Z is what it uses for alpha, okay. Then R1W is... Okay. S1X, and then this alpha... Alpha from... Not here, but here, S-type, yeah. We would keep that set, okay. Then we... Set it like that? Yeah, okay. Like, I kinda had a weird scuffler, so this seems better. Open, close. There we go. Now we use mat scale 1Y for deciding if we want to actually do the clamping or not. Alright. And we do this, and our pipes, of course, in color. Okay. I think that works out. I don't think we're missing anything. If we are, I guess we'll figure it out. But that's just the single scroll one. Yeah. Alright. For the double scroll, we load... Oh, that's for the double scroll mask. We're not doing that yet. What's that for now? It's 1, 2. You want to go here. Okay, scroll 1, scroll 2. Things, except we're also using extra texture up here. Zero, zero, okay. And then down here, where we're doing the actual scrolling stuff. What are we doing different? Do this normally. Oh, and then it's just this. Let me copy the other upper bit to see if it's the same. I think it is. Literally exactly the same, yeah. And simpler state 0, and then that one we don't do any extra modifying. We just take the image as is and overlay it. No real shading, like extra shading going on. Bit of a simpler kind of texture getting overlaid. Should we have a whole image clamping thing to this? I think we just let it overlay as it is entirely, yeah. Okay. Another hour and a half, holy. Right. Then we have the MSK version of the first scroll. Which, instead of this, we use... Where is it? Stage 3 MSK, where are you? Here? Yeah, unified. We use this one. Alright, and it's the exact same, except we have this thing here. So we go up. Grab this. Right, this is for smoothing out the mask texture. Lap that in. You just copy all that. Lot that in there. We get rid of the part about the secondary texture. Is it still 3Y that we use? Okay, yeah, it is 3Y. I want to make sure we still want to do that and add like 0.5 to it and whatnot. Yeah, and it is R5 that we mess with. Anything extra here? I don't think so. Oh, we need to add the actual extra texture that we're loading. In this case, we use Sampler 3. Which we also got updated in the thing there. I'm just now remembering. There we go. We also history is the name here. There we go. Oh. 3 here. Go back down here. Change this to also be. Okay. Now we're good. Far. Right, now we do the second scroll version. The same thing pretty much, except we have this extra bit here at the end. Go and just pack that in there. And then we also just go all the way up here. Zero, and then here. Where is it? We use scale Y, right? We don't use that anywhere else in here, do we? Like special modifiers? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Alright, alright. So that should be this. Good. We'll deal with that one later. This one. Oh, that's the scrolling mask. Let's mess with that one later. Mess with this one. This is the quad colors sort of thing. This is... Right. We gotta actually load the color ramps correctly. Okay, let me... I have to scroll by that every time. Right, so after loading the color ramp stuff, everything else is all normal, yeah. After loading that, we save them as like custom floats here, and then we do that entire thing again, but for colors 3 and 4. Yeah, it's literally the exact same code. I went and did this and then copy pasted it. Wow, look at all my messy notes. And then we have that saved as dual main color, dual secondary color, base main color, base dual color. And we do what we need to apply the secondary colors on the main color using the first mask. And then do that same process but with the dual colors. This apply the fourth color on the third color using a different mask, like a second mask, and then we apply the third and fourth colors onto the first and second ones using one last mask. It's very kind of confusing shader. But it worked. Okay, so get rid of that. Let me find a normal dual shader. Unified 3D 2PM. Yeah, because that's what I modified. I just called it D4 instead of D2. I don't do anything special to... Okay, no, I do. And here's some, like, cool colored garbage. Right here is where I changed it. Yeah, alright, yeah. I got rid of this part. And did my own thing. I think we could just redo that. Which is basically copy all of this up to where exactly? Up to here, where it gets the scale. Right? So colors, some clamping garbage going on. 0.5Y. Color 3Z. Okay, no, we do all that. Okay. We can grab this, I think, as is, and just slap that in here. One. Okay, yeah. And these three lines are basically replaced with this garbage I thought up. Scales. I guess we'll just keep that like that. Why do I have a second? That still compile with that weird error? I guess so. Alright, that looks good. Now we just go... Right, no, this is actually smoothing the color, which could work fine. Oh, but it doesn't support... Well, I guess when we get to actually doing the cell shader code, we'll fix it. They don't have too many of these, like, XVM shaders anyway, so fixing them by hand wouldn't matter. I guess what matters more is that I actually got most of the code in place to support doing the cell shader stuff without too much effort. Anyway, we copy all of this, right? Because we just use it all like twice. Yeah, we just gotta remember to set variables. In fact, we'll just copy that for now. The large gap in between. The end of it. The end of it is where I did this. Feels like there's gotta be a better way of doing it. But I'm too lazy and stupid to figure out what it's even doing here. I know it's a condition flag, like special condition, true or false, and then what the condition is. But like, I don't know how to actually decipher it. Whatever, it doesn't need to be perfect. We have that after the main bit. And we do it all again. I get colors 3 and 4. Which we can just have like right there. Okay, yeah. Just making sure things are perfect. Oh, we don't need to copy that. We just get this. It's silly how kinda simplistic overlaying the colors is. Just do basically the same exact thing like 3 times. And it just works. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else that we need to do. Everything else looks good. Good enough. Just paste that in there. Hope it works when we try to compile it in a bit. Good coffee. Oh man, do I even try? Do I make a ultra super villain version of the shader? I guess, maybe. I guess I should. How useful would it even be? I mean, if someone wanted to make like ultra super villain Cell, they can. I can't really do that normally. Because of the spots and the way the ultra super villain characters are, you would need to like split a mesh into like 2 parts or something. Even get that effect working decently. Someone messaging me? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna pay attention to that later. Anything else going on with my friends? Just seem like it. Yeah, stuff later. Let's see, so what's next? Which one of these? I guess we make a... Just do what I was thinking right now and make a... like ultra super villain. Okay, just have a secondary window open. Not mud. I don't care too much about making mud versions of these shaders. Mud, I assume being an acronym for multi-UV diffuse. Since it loads like a diffuse like texture over the model using the secondary UV channel. That's how the Festival TV shirt, or Festival TV, Festival T-shirts will look. OWR, right? But yeah, there's no NRP. Or no, there's no OWR version of the dual color ultra super villain stuff. Yeah, their NRP version. Alright, so we copy basically what we did here. If we should be able to copy it one by one. Or one to one. Since none of this even messes with the rim lights. Here, let's have this split here. Right, okay, that's still the same. Let me check this. Hold on, excuse me for a second. Alright, one sec, hold on, I gotta do something. Quick BRB. Alright, I'm back. Just needed to check on something. Oh, so where were we? Making an ultra super villain version of this? Which... oh right, I was looking... up here, way at top. Why is this all... Right, because we just pasted in our things. Right, what I was interested in is when it loads. I think... Here, we gotta go back. To the original version. Before we copy things over instead of just moving them. Oh, okay, yeah, we got rid of when it loaded it. I posted 3Y thing in the 0.5, yeah. So we cut that part out. And then, because we do it all over here again anyway, okay. We can do that for consistency. Alright, then it uses 3W and 3Y. Whatever, etc, etc. Oh, and then we also... paste that in there. And I think we could just copy things exactly, but I'll also... Did we not save our changes after doing all this? I guess not. Oh, it's this stupid bit. There we go. Anyway, they're loading that. We do that. By do that, I mean do it here. There we go. Copy this up here. Paste it under that. Then we copy, not that, the... Okay, this one at a time. That... R5, yeah, R9, R5 are used things. Still, even in this. There we go. That should be it. There's no rim strength thing. We can smooth it out a bit. There's not much else that we're doing. Yeah. Oh, right, hold on. The clan. Oh no. No. Okay, no. I'm thinking of a different shader. Main dual, do all that. Okay. So that in theory should work. I just copy all that there. the layer value set correctly. Save as. Correct folder. So what do we save this one as? It's a custom thing, so I guess... Always put the RV prefix. RV for revamp, even though revamp probably isn't going to use this shader. I just prefix everything with that just to make it easier on me. Oh, those two shaders up there don't have the EU like prefix after the RV. Is there a reason for that? It just didn't fit, maybe? Too much going on? Could keep it consistent and just not have that as well. Probably not gonna bother making a mask version of this, right? I don't think we need to go that far into the complications here. Right? Yeah, no, probably not. Needing 4 colors for a single material is already extremely niche. The only thing that uses it is Cell Max. I don't think that would use it as Cell Max. Okay, so I guess we just... Now let's keep the EU part of it. So it's consistent with the other one. And then this one should have NRP after the DFD. Yeah. There we go. Oh, that's D2. Oh, no matter, it's... In theory, this should work. I don't have a freaking thing to actually test it. Oh, well. D4. Rename it here. Alright, so normal quad shader and then ultra super villain version because... Just because the shader is so large because of all the duplicated. So there's gotta be... If I was smarter, I can probably decompile the shader a bit better and actually figure out what that whole switch case even does, and maybe modify it in a way where I can just have it as its own separate function that gets called instead of all this duplicated code. I could probably do the same thing for the code that's smoothing out the freaking texture ramp, right? Like if I wanted to smooth it out or keep it as it is. Oh, whatever. Alright, so that's another shader down. Quad shader. The scrolling with mask. The scrolling without mask. The normal. Well, they don't need to do like a normal mapping with like the MSK. Since there are 2 different ways of doing almost the same thing. How would it even do? What would it even look like with both of the effects going on? Because what does the... Is there like two similar but different? No, because they do things differently. The MSK shaders are for masking out like the DYT, like the color ramps in different ways. Like it can stop like the rim light from affecting certain parts of the models entirely. The like shine. Stop the shine like ramp from affecting the model, and then the color ramp can just mask out the parts that you always want to be shaded. It's what Broly uses for like his chest and pants and whatnot. That's why those parts look like they're always in shadow. Something like a little bit like that. Maybe maybe one that does use that would be good. I mean, it's not that hard to get it to load a normal map. Basically, all I'm doing is putting in this function, putting in what texture it should use, and then applying it here and there. We'll make it. You never know. It might be useful. We want to use an MSK shader as a base, though, so we'll start out with a normal one. Also, I could make Stain 1, Stain 2 versions of all of these, but I don't think there's any real need to. That's a non-unified shader. Here we go. That is not the right one. I want the MSK. Here we go. Also, fun fact, these AA shaders do like nothing at all. Both the pixel and the vertex shader of this are exactly the same, like byte for byte, as the like normal Stain 3 shader. I have no idea what they were doing with this. Why they made it. But whatever. So maybe they were trying to test out some special group effects. Decided against it at the end. And just changed it to match the code for... Maybe the AA shader does something different in Xenoverse 1. Maybe I should decompile those shaders and take a look. I'm getting distracted again. Okay, we wanted to start with this one as base. Alright, so we want this normal map function. Applicator thing. Alright, and then we wanna copy this. Copy this to like the same names for everything. Am I using Imperial Scale Y or Z for anything? Not for these two other functions. These are vanilla uses. Okay, I don't. Okay, good, good. Alright. I don't do anything special with texture coordinates. We set this at the top. Okay, and it does this here. Go. So uses 3Y. Okay. Wonder if that'll change the way the normal map look messing with the. Oh well. And then a bit deeper. Same thing, but with VA. It's still 6. What is before it does anything with the extra mask, it looks like. Probably good, yeah, yeah. Okay. So that should, in theory, work. Without any other edits. I wonder how it would look, though. I guess we can test that here in a second. It shouldn't be too hard. Save as. What are we saving this one as? Just MSK NML normal. Easiest way. There it is. Not the longest name, which is what matters. There's like a character limit to how long the shader names can actually be. Which I found out the hard way. Had a name that was like 1 or 2 characters too long, and I spent like an hour or 2 just going, like recompiling it, doing small edits and whatnot, trying to figure out why the game wasn't loading my shader. Turns out it was because the name was just too long. I was looking at something. Oh boy. Okay. Have that going on. Now I'm thinking about, like, it really isn't that hard to do, like, to add to this to, like, other shader. I get if I'm doing like a MSK version, what's stopping me from doing like dual color versions? I think I'll ignore doing other special versions for the quad color ones, or like the scrolling textures. Maybe you want a version of this, of like the normal map shader that also will work with scrolling text. Maybe. Alright, I think if I'm going to do a normal map one that works with scrolling textures, it'll have to just be that. Like, I'm not going to do versions that also have, like, the MSK. It's either going to be like the mask with the scroll or the normal map with the scroll, not like all of them together. Okay, let's get that in there then. Yeah. We add this function in. Reload. I don't want this to be consistent. Yeah, it's... Okay, yeah, we'll have the normal map load from texture 0. Oh, wait a minute. Think. Wasn't there a whole, like, scroll? No, there wasn't a scroll function. All done here. I use material Y for if things should be. For a normal map, we use Y, Z, and then another thing. Can we get rid of the being able to clamp? We force it. I think we just get rid of clamping it all together. So that the normal map can still keep the function. Because it uses both of those, yeah. Yeah, YZ and then... Yeah, I think we just get rid of doing that. Just apply it as is. Okay. So we had both textures in here, yeah? Oh, no. I'm gonna need to look at that later. In fact... Here, we'll... Leave that. How long is this? Okay, that's perfectly fine. Alright, we're scroll 1, not scroll 1, scroll 1 normal. Oh, 1. Okay, that's something I needed to fix. Let's check the other scroll shaders real quick. Scroll 2. Okay, yeah, that one was also wrong. I'm glad I caught that. Although I would have caught it eventually. It would have been that hard to spot once I saw the errors. 3. That one's fine. 2 0 1 2 3. Okay. It pretty much just does. Oh, did I close the wrong thing? I did. Okay, so we have normal map 1 2 0 1 2 normal map 1 2. Okay, that good. We just need this loaded in here. And then this, so when it starts loading the appearance. And then the other one here. Not too far down. It uses V8. W. Oh. Just highlight it. I'm highlighting it in the wrong thing. What am I, stupid? Yes. There we go. Oh, okay. So we have that normal map. Scrolling texture. This is... Alright, and then we do the same thing, but with the scroll 2. We'll just copy everything we did here. W. Is here. R3Y under the discard. How do I keep putting the things there? A dozen equals 0. Ah, it's probably... I think this is how it does the vanishing thing, right? We got that. Back here when it gets like... and then we just need... Oh, we need 2 things. One is this. Or 3 things, I guess. Hold on. One is that. Another is going all the way down here and doing that. A third is changing this to be 3 instead of 2. Or rather, 0. Two and 3, okay. And then going all the way up here. And fixing everything. 3. Been fixing the names. Or not map. That's what we want to name it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Why did I decide to do all these different versions? Normal, scrolling normal. Maybe I'll rename this to be at a MSK normal. Normal MSK. Just so that all my normal map shaders are like grouped up together here. Okay, so we have those. I guess we do the dual color normal maps. Not doing dual color normal map plus the MSK though. Should I also... I guess I could also make villainous mode. Or like the ultra super villain versions. Oh, I guess, yeah. I don't know. People might find a use for them. Alright, the OWR shader, I believe. I don't think there's an N. NRP, I think, is pretty much for, yeah, only for shaders that already used a secondary color ramp for something else. An OWR shader that I'm looking for. Alright, TN enough? Thing 3, DFD, OWR. Alright. Listen. All these shaders use texture 0? I think so. Why are you... Oh no, you're supposed to be texture 4. Right, you're... That... Right, okay. I remembered why there's a limit to only assigning 4 texture indexes to a mesh, and that's because a DYT is always texture 4. Anyway. Want to put there. It started getting a lot warmer today all of a sudden. Okay, so we have that. We want this bit. Then we want to add the actual application of this normal map to the thing. Here it is. That's for the colors. Here's for the rim light. Like not even that far apart. It should be like here. Yeah, okay. That helps me visualize a bit. Alright. Save as again. And this is normal. What do you usually call this normally? Have the OWR after the DFT. Keep things consistent with how the devs name things. Alright, how much do I care about making a scrolling version? Like a scrolling OWR version, I don't. I don't care. So I won't. We will do the version for dual colors though. Yeah, XVM. If I care about doing it for this, they're basically the same thing, just one doesn't use an extra texture. Maybe? Nah, I'll just use this one as a base, the normal one. The one the game actually uses. It's funny, they made these two things. This one uses a separate texture to load like the overlay mask for the secondary color from. And then this one is the same thing, except it doesn't use a second texture, it uses the main texture and loads the overlay mask from the main texture's blue color channel. Which is unused entirely, by the way. So it's literally the exact same thing, it's just what it loads the overlay mask from. Weird. Oh well, anyway. Hit this. Start from the bottom, work our way up. Oops. Where are you? Blind from staring at this. Like here's the first bit. Oh, it uses 3Z. Maybe that's what's throwing me off. Yeah, okay, it uses 3Z twice. Oh wait, no. That's not what it's... Oh, wait, it doesn't... No, it should. What am I doing? Of course it loads a rim-like direction. It has to. Extra core 10, which it does have here. It's V7. Okay, that's... So this is the rim light thing. And then V6 up here is... Okay, that... Okay, yeah, that guy. Alright, we got it. Just change this to 7. And, 6W to 3Z. Okay. And we essentially do the same thing here. Space just because it bothers the hell out of me for no reason. Alright, instead of Y, it's X. Instead of V7, it's V6. Export 9 and 10. Okay, yeah. Looks good to me. Alright, and then other parts are exactly the same. We just do that. Then we go get our normal map function. I'm not no, I didn't set up any of that. Okay, never mind. I don't gotta. I was wondering if I used like 1XY as like a clamping toggle thing, but that's something I only do in I only did in like 3 different shaders, and none of them I used as a base for setting up my smooth shader stuff. We have this. What are you... Oh, this is... this... Oh, that's why things were weird. Alright, we gotta redo all that, because that's not the unified shader that I was editing. Oh... Read what I'm editing, you fool. Like, why is texture suppler 0 already used? That's why. I'm a dumbass. Alright, we start from the top. Do that. Copy this into here. Grab this function, put that in there. Okay, now it's using V7 and V8 for 9 and 10. Oi, oi, oi. Alright. That in there. This is still be using 3Y, yeah. Exactly. And then again a bit lower, 6W. W. There it is. Using V8. Yeah. Okay. And that's that. Is paste it on here. Alright, this is not. Okay, what do we name this? 3D2 normal? Yeah. I think adding to XVM would... make the name too long? I guess we'll see. If we wanted to add that part, it would actually... Here, there we go. Oh, it's only 28 characters. Alright, no, that works out fine then. Alright, normal... Stain 3... Normal Stain 3... Normal Stain 3... OWR, super villain 1. Normal scrolling 1, scrolling 2. Normal with the MSK, for some reason I decided I wanted to do that. Normal with the dual color channel. And I guess we do normal with the dual color channel that's for the ultra super villains. Here. Here. That would be not an OWR, but an NRP shader. This one. Yes. Okay. We can... We still want to actually save our changes to that. Alright, start from the bottom. Here we go. R6W? R6Y? No. R6W? Yeah, okay. That part still isn't different. Using V8? Yeah. Same thing here, but R3Y under the discard. So good, right? V7 or 4 echo. It didn't echo Billy anything. Then we add this because we need it. Okay, and we grab the function for even calculating any of that. Yeah, okay. And we slap that into here. I don't have to add anything else. One? Oh, because this is the one that doesn't load for a second. I'm gonna cry. It's... Here. This, that. Why am I like this? Why don't I triple read the things? I'm getting exhausted. Oops, there we go. That clap the function into their bundle. Or that wasn't the function, that was like getting the variable. This is the function. Get out of here, I don't want to look at you. Then we get the texture names. There we go. Holy. Okay, then we copy that. And it's NRP. That name feels like it's probably too long. $30 what? I think it's barely within acceptable. I'll probably shorten both of them later in a bit. Anyway, alright, so we got... I didn't expect this. Loading a normal map. Loading a normal map for the Ultra Super Villains. Loading scrolling textures 1 and 2. Loading a freaking MSK like mask with the normal map. I don't even know what application for that would even be. Loading normal maps with the like dual color, both normal and supervillain versions. Any other special effect I might want to add? Let's take a look. I'm doing a billion different normal map character shaders. Why not? I don't think there's really anything else. What? You... You wouldn't want to load a normal map with the whatchamacallit, with the eye shaders, surely. What are you gonna do with that? I do probably want to make a hair shader that loads the normal map. Hair DFD. I probably just want to do this one. If I'm gonna do one of them, it'll probably be this one. They're a freaking OWR and RP version of the hair shader. Would assume no. I have too many shaders. Oh, there is. I don't think any of the Ultra Super Villain characters even use that. Other than the... Well, and would you want to load a normal map within ENV? No. You know what? I probably will ignore doing a hair version of the normal map stuff. I think you could just use the normal Stained 3 version just fine. I don't think the hair shaders have anything that different. Well, there's the whole how it... No, yeah, there's the shine texture that it loads. So maybe I do want a normal map version of that. I'll probably avoid making a USV version though. Ultra Super Villain, NRP, OWR. Not like it takes that much time, does it? I guess. Do I want environmental or an ENV? Call it environment. More like a reflection map sort of thing. It's what they use for like Frieza's head gem and crystals on like Broly's, like DBZ Broly's like jewelry and whatnot. I'm thinking. How, what would you be able to do with it? Well, maybe it might be cool. Alright. If I'm doing this, I'm going all in, apparently. Oh boy, Edge, you know what? You get out of here. We're not using you anymore. We're just being stupid. We're making shaders without even testing them. Wow. Okay, so we want... Also, on my shader thing to do list, I want to do a ENV plus stain so that you can have like a line work over an ENV, since that's not something that's actually possible. Then you'll be able to get things like the damage scratches on the ENVs. Like Frieza's dome is always shiny. You can't get any damage markings on it. It might be cool if you could scuff it up a little bit. Okay. Get rid of you. Toss you to the side. Let's get started on the hair. Hair DFD? Maybe the ATH version. Maybe. Which one is more commonly used? I had a thing here. Like this is outdated by a couple DLCs, but it gives a good idea about what shaders are actually used. And you can see not too many of them. I think I actually made a broken this. Actually, no, this isn't the entire list. Where is it? Do I not have it anymore? Did I not back it up? Did I... Where did I move it? Why do I have a billion things called new folder? Is this it? Is this the version that has everything? Okay, yeah, this makes much more sense. Alright. This is a list of things that are actually kind of used. What even uses it? You know what? Huh. Free 5. That's not even a Frieza that exists. This is definitely Xenoverse 1 then. AA. AA? I wonder what they were doing with that. Alright, so AA was meant pretty much exclusively for Frieza, and then they didn't actually do anything with it. Mud. Alright, it has a listing for MUD shaders. $972. What accessory that is. But yeah, that's... Oh, probably the... I think the only other thing that uses the MUD shader that isn't the t-shirts is probably the vending machine, like, backpack you can get. The Breakers, like, energy vending machine. Anyway, weird Frieza stuff going on with these, like, shaders. Hair... Huh. Only some the critic character hair uses that. Every other hair it seems to use the DFD. Almost every other hair. Age Tune? Oh, that's like Goku. Age Tune is even a unique shader. It just loads the normal Toon Unified hair DFD. I think hair mostly uses Stain 1. Yeah. Oh, but 17 and 18 use that, and that's how they get the reflections. Okay, so I will do a hair version. Oy, oy, oy. Maybe I'll do that next time. It's been like... It's been a while, and I'm starting to get a little tired and all that. We got a lot of progress done. We made a lot of normal map shaders that I wasn't really expecting to do, but I guess I'm going all in on that. We got our smooth shader stuff all fixed up. Got the rim light working how we want it. It's not too much to do. I just gotta get all these custom shaders done and working to support smooth shader and whatnot code, and then I could finally pack it all up and update the smooth shader back, and then I can get started on cell shaders, which we'll probably start doing during the weekend or something. In any case, that's gonna be it for me for today. I'm gonna start resting up for a bit. Tomorrow is Umi Neko. Or it should be, unless something goes wrong, like it seems to happen pretty commonly. We'll find out. But yeah, in any case, anyone watching me, thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time. See ya.